Hey, I am here. Hello, everyone. Hold on a sec. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Banning a bot, as usual. Okay. So, art stream. Yeah. You'll have to give me a second. I do not exactly have everything set up. Do. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Yes. Setting up things. Yes, that is what I am doing. Okay. Adjusting the microphone so that it is optimally placed. Opening Clip Studio Paint. That's important. That is the thing that I'm going to be doing the art on. Yes. It is important. Where the hell is my... Where is my warm-up page? There it is. Okay. I'm gonna open that as well. Yes, we are. Yeah. Okay. Ha. There we go. Here is the kind of wonky woozy wild butt from the last warm-up. My headphones are connected to my other PC, which is about 1 foot to my right. So it's a little cumbersome because they're corded headphones. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. What am I doing? Oh yeah, art. A little scatterbrained today. Little scatterbrained. Yep. Bye-bye, wild mutt. And hello, new warm-up page. A fresh canvas. with which to art things. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. I picked some more chill music. Also, I just feel like we need some variety. It's oh, let me tell you what the playlist is called. "4 hours of chill N64 music to study, work, or relax with." It's kind of surprisingly difficult to find video game music playlists with only video game music in them. Yeah. You know what? I'm not feeling this music. How about the Sonic OST playlist for you to energize at 3 a.m.? Okay. Yeah, I can do some Sonic music. Okay. Hold on a second. I'm going to close my door. Okay. Okay. Some water. Okay. Yeah. Right. Okay. Let me just yeah. Just adjust my mic a little bit. There we go. There, that's better. I thought I was. Oh, I see. I'm still using my sketch pen. Oh, that's fair. Okay. To finish my earlier thought that I trailed off without even beginning. I find that like chill music actually makes me less relaxed in a way. When I need to relax, I listen to stuff like this mostly. Which is kind of odd. Kind of odd when I think about it. But I don't know. I guess not really. It's not really relaxing as much as it is. It just helps me focus. Yeah. Like, I don't listen to it to go to sleep. I don't actually like listening to music while I'm going to sleep. It does not help me sleep. Any music at all. Can't do it. Doesn't work. But when I'm drawing, I usually like, you know. I mean, I don't listen to this specifically. I don't actually listen to video game soundtracks at all in my free time. This is just for the benefit of the stream. And in the interest of not getting copyright striked. How are the Sonic soundtracks just always consistently good? Like, genuinely. Like, even the bad ones, even the bad soundtracks are still, like, decent. It's just weird. You'd think it'd be more hit or miss. Considering the, you know, development history. Yeah, I kind of. What was I saying? Oh, I entirely forgot. I entirely forgot what I was saying. Yeah. Then let's do some cubes, huh? About that. How about some cubes? Oh, that's a good cube. Not the point. Not the point. They're not supposed to be good. They're just supposed to be cubes. Or perhaps not cubes. Perhaps they could be Nintendo Wiis. Or perhaps not. I'll have to do more research, finding different things to play for the background on the stream. I am making a playlist of background music to play on stream. Yeah. Okay. Let's doodle something. What are we doodling? What are we doodling for a warm-up today? Good question. Good question. What to doodle? Let's draw Shadow the Hedgehog from memory. Okay. What the hell? What is this soundtrack? I have never heard this before. This is the Team Chaotix theme? From Sonic Heroes? How have I not heard this? Ah, there it is. Okay, I recognize the chorus. The chorus. I recognize the chorus. Okay, I guess I've never heard the opening. Okay, back to drawing. Back to nearly yanking my headphone cord out. Back to drawing Shadow the Hedgehog from memory. Kind of a... Man, I really have not heard most of this song. Yeah, he's got the... Yeah. Hey, that's him. Yeah, that's him. I forget how much neck is on Sonic characters. He has this kind of tuft thing going on here. Yeah, okay. Kind of weird with the legs there, but that's okay. Okay. Ears. Ears are like right here-ish. Yeah. That's him, basically. It's not all of him, but you know. It's just a sketch. It's just a warm-up sketch. Anyway. Okay. And here we are, with the ref I was working on last time. I feel like I made this arm too long. I'm gonna shorten it a little bit. There we go. There. You know, I think maybe I can start on the line art, actually. Yeah. Don't see a whole lot that's wrong with this. Yeah. Nothing I can't fix in the line art phase. Yeah, let's ink. Let's ink this sucker. But first, just to be sure, lipping it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. She's slightly to the right because I'm going to include an info card on this side. So... Okay. First step. 2 line art. Decrease the opacity of the sketch layer. Second step. Change the pin to the line art pin. Third step. Draw things. Preferably line art related things. What is this from? This is interesting. What? What are these lyrics? Ah, it's from Sonic Rush. That explains it. I am not overwhelmingly familiar with Sonic Rush. Okay, we need different music. Okay, how about this? 5 hours of pure video game bops for locking in. Yeah. This one's pretty solid. I've used this one before. I don't like the antenna being behind the goggle like that. I think I'm gonna have to change that. Yeah, that's pretty good. There we go. Yeah, that's better. There we go. Let's move that pupil up a little. Rotate it just a smidge. What if it was... What if it was like this, huh? Okay. Hey, Neo. Thanks for dropping by. Okay. Let's make her neck a little smaller. There we go. Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. She has kind of a collarbone thing going on. Yeah. It's good enough for her. So right now I'm working on the ref for the pilot of the mech. That is my avatar. That's more or less right.
Nice hand. Nice hand going there. Should be bigger, I think. There we go. Okay. Saved in a way. I'll do that now. Yes, I know it's kind of weird for a bee to have a belly button, but counterpoint, girl tummy. It's very odd. Who cares if it's 100% realistic? That is true. Let's move the chat a little bit so it's more in my eye line. People will have intense anger over seeing bunny characters with pop pads. Oh yeah, because bunnies don't have that, do they? They just have like really, really fuzzy feet. Kind of unnervingly fuzzy feet, actually. Like, why are their feet so fuzzy? It's not a big deal. Maybe they just like pop pads. Yeah. I used to be more strict with my bug anatomy. I never really put it upon anyone else, but I used to be more strict with my own standards for my own art. But it's not fun at the end of the day. I want to draw short stack bee ladies with big bazongas. Okay? At the end of the day, that's what I want to draw. So why can't I just draw it? You know? Used to be a lot more of a purist in that sense too, but you stopped caring as you got older. Yeah, fair. Oh yeah, I want to see more of snake people with like cybernetic arms and legs. That's a style that you don't really see very often, and it's always really cool when it happens. But yeah, do you think people were complaining about Buck Bumble? No. Buck Bumble's awesome. Everyone likes Buck Bumble. The drawing is very cute. Oh, thank you. I try. You looked up why rabbits lack pop heads. It's a stealth adaptation. Oh. Yeah, that does make sense for a prey animal. Got a little bit of hair texture. That's all right. There we go. Got kind of a Yu-Gi-Oh thing going on. There we go. And yes, I do realize that the goggles are touching her eyes, which in reality would probably be extremely painful. But I can't come up with a rebuttal to that. I mean, yeah, if they're hard like real insect eyes, then insects don't really have a whole lot of... I mean, insects don't really feel in the same way that we do. They don't have the same kinds of pain receptors or nerve endings. The way an insect feels is they have these tiny little hairs all over their body called setae. Spelled... No, I think I missed a letter there. Anyway, spelled something like that. And they're sort of like... So there's the hair, and then there's this little membranous thing underneath it. And it's sort of connected to either side of this little pocket. And then when something moves the hair, these things sort of pick up the vibrations. Flashbacks to having to identify flies by the number of hairs on specific parts of their bodies. Oh boy. Are you an entomologist? Or studying for that sort of thing? You nearly got a secondary degree in it. Ah, I see. So I'm preaching to the choir here, I see. But yeah, so they don't really feel the same way that we do. So I don't know if it would really be painful in the same way. Oh, that's a tangent. Yeah, that's more or less her wings. Let's add a suggestion of one back here too. You're a big fan of bugs, even if you lack many characters that are bugs. That's fair. Bugs are hard to draw. I would not wish that on anyone. There we go. Add a little bit of depth to that. Maybe a little indication of some sort of fuzz. Maybe. Yeah, that looks fine. I always add a little bit of shading. A little bit of shading to my stuff, but not too much. A little bit of shading to the ref, but not too much. There's too much. If there's too much, then it will not be as useful as a ref. I think that's too much shadow there. Yeah. There. There we go. All right. Okay. Yeah. You figure out what's wrong with this leg. There's something up. Maybe if I that's better. I don't know, legs are hard. Let's add more of a, like that. It needs to stick out a little more too. Like that. Yeah, that's more or less it. There we go. That's a decent signature. Alright. Gotta collapse the sub-menus. Also, saving would be a good idea. Gotta remember to save. Alright. Here, drink of water. Getting a drink of water. Do do do. Do 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 do. Drinking water. Drinking water on today, which is Friday. I'm now realizing that her goggles are too small to actually fit on her eyes. But like, honestly, I'm gonna keep it that way because I think it's funny. That's very funny. Oh, thanks. You know, I actually haven't been doing character art for a very long time. I only started a few years ago. When I was just starting out to do art, and like all through my teens, I would mostly do landscapes and still life, because I guess that's what I thought people did. I don't know. I was a very I was somewhat isolated as a kid. Partially out of circumstance and partially out of social anxiety. So I never really got to fraternize with other artists until recently. So I just kind of drew landscapes and things. Occasionally I would do portraits. For a while I was a brony. I drew ponies for a while. I guess you could count that as character art, but I mostly did landscapes with ponies in them. Yeah, nothing wrong with ponies. I like ponies. I'm not a brony anymore, but, you know, I still think... I think the fandom is alright. You know? It's a little toxic, but any fandom is toxic. Every fandom is toxic to some extent. Yeah, they did kind of... A lot of cool artists started out as bronies. Like, Living Tombstone, that's the only one I can think of. That one that you just said. You know, lots. And I feel like maybe it's gotten a little more relaxed now, but when I was in the fandom, there was this kind of toxicity around people who were creating things for the fandom who wanted to branch out into other areas, like more independent works, which are not connected to this massive IP that is mainly copyrighted material. you know, in an entirely understandable way, they want to distance themselves from that. And then the fandom kind of didn't. For some reason, a lot of people just took that as an insult. Like, I don't know. And like, I saw that and I realized I don't want to be caught in that same situation. So I just kind of, before I even, like, you know, really got popular in the fandom, which I'm not going to take as a given. Like, that's not a big possibility for anyone. It's mostly luck. But I was worried that if I ever did become popular, that I would end up in a similar situation. And that I wouldn't really be able to escape. Because, like, I had other interests. I wanted to do other things. So that's the biggest reason I left the fandom. I guess I also just kind of lost interest in the show. That's another factor. Now I draw Shortstack B-girls on the internet. Okay. Back at it. We're getting back at it. Oh, wait. Forgot to save this. Oh yeah, this is the warm-up doodle I did. Shadow the Hedgehog from memory. Getting cornered into one specific niche in art is a problem, yeah. But it happens often. I've always been a furry artist, but your most beloved OCs are dragons who usually appear as humanoids, which means the furry audience doesn't care about them. Yeah. That tends to be a thing with furries, I've noticed. I have about the same... I mean, I've gotten about the same reaction to that sort of thing. Like, few people know this, but I actually have OCs who are not bugs. Yeah. I've got a different setting entirely that I've actually been working on for longer than Siberium. And longer than any of the other stuff. But you know, I mean, I posted about it, and it just didn't really. No one really seemed interested, so I just kind of shelved it for a bit. I don't know. It would be nice to have something to work on that's not bug related, that people could engage with. But that's kind of difficult. That's kind of difficult to find. You need to find that overlap, you know? Make art for you. I mean, that's true, but it's kind of hard. I mean, yeah, if you're not enjoying it, what's the point? But the thing is, I like to connect with people. I'm not connecting with people, and it's hard for me to be motivated about it. It's honestly, it's less about people liking it as much as it is about people reacting to it. I don't know. You want to hear about the non-bug OCs? Alright. Fair enough. Let me see if... Let me switch screens a little bit while I pull this up. I'm capturing my entire monitor on my other PC right now, and sometimes things show up that I don't want to show up on stream. It's hard to connect with people in general. The amount of people willing to engage with artists is much lower. That's true. Comments are rare. Yeah. You also capture your entire monitor when streaming. You'll have a fun oopsie. Yeah. What do you use to stream? Do you use OBS? Because if you're just streaming like a single program, you can use a window capture or a game capture instead of a desktop capture. And then it won't capture your entire desktop. I'm only having to capture the desktop because I do art on one PC and then I use wireless display to mirror my second display on my PC to my streaming PC so that I can then stream the mirrored display in OBS. It is a very complicated setup. For some reason, it hasn't worked as well when you just try to capture your art program. Oh yeah, that's fair. Well, do you have a second monitor? Hold on, I gotta do some organizing of files right quick. Oh my god. I hate organizing files. Okay. Okay. Come on. Come on, where the hell? There it is. Okay, that was more difficult than it needed to be. But here we are. You do have two monitors. Okay. Well, which monitor do you do your art on? Anyway. You do art on the left and have anything else on the right. Like, well, I guess my question is, which one is your main monitor? Because, like, you know, I don't need to be explaining this to you. I'm sure you've already done enough troubleshooting on your own. Anyway. Here is, yeah. Here's one of the characters from my other setting. Brute. the setting is like a yeah, big hunky robot. That's the idea. He's got this big fuck off sword, which is kind of like a plasma buster sword. And then you can see him wielding it there. And it magnetically attaches to his back. I say he, but this character doesn't really have... Yeah, this character is any pronouns. As the whole idea is... hold on, let me pull from my mindscape, because I haven't thought about these characters in months. Maybe even years, I don't know. It's been a while. He's a machine created for war. Like, just kind of meant to be like a mindless soldier. Except, a mindless soldier isn't a very effective combatant. So they needed to impart some sort of sapience on him. Otherwise it wouldn't be very practical now, would it? And then, we'll talk about that one later. This is Lance. A demonic soldier. Again, any pronouns. So this setting is just kind of like robots versus demons. So it's like, think Doom 2016 or Doom Eternal, except without Doom Guy. It's just like an endless war of robot drones versus demon drones in this like post-apocalyptic wasteland environment. And yeah, it's pretty intense. But it's not necessarily focused on action per se. It's just these two characters trying to survive. A little bit of warning for some bit of warning for some blood. Just like a little bit of, you know, blood. So if you're squeamish about blood, just keep that in mind. This is Iker. It's a demonically mutated leech. Yeah, both defectors from their sides running away from their given roles. It's a story about like defying the roles that society places upon you. I managed to make a leech really cute. That's the idea. Incidentally, leeches actually, like, that's not a demonic feature there. Leeches actually have eyes like that in real life. They're just really tiny. Also, here's proof that I can draw other animals that are not bugs. I feel like a lot of people think that I can't, like, do art of other furry species and stuff like that because I'm too used to bugs, but like I can do other animals just fine. Granted, this is a demonically mutated warthog. I can draw like a cat or a dog just fine. So yeah, it can like kind of mind control the animals that it's feeding on. It's part of that getting cornered into a niche thing, yeah. So it can mind control the animals it feeds on, and as you can expect, that is extraordinarily helpful. Or, you know, like it can control like a large pack animal to like provide transportation, or like a wolf or a boar for defensive capabilities. I've got to stop hitting my keyboard randomly with my hand while I'm gesturing. That's a bad thing. I should not be doing that. If people see you drawing mostly bug art, they might assume you only want to draw that type of art. Yeah, that's fair, but then if I can't, if no one reacts to my other types of art, and then I don't post it, then it's like a self-fulfilling cycle. How intelligent is Iker? A little smarter than a cat. Just a little bit smarter than a cat. But kind of with the personality of a dog. It craves affection. Which is ironic because, you know, leech. But I guess, like, it's not out of the question for a leech to crave affection, I guess. I mean, it does kind of, you know, grab onto things. But, yeah. So, there's... The landscape is full of hellfire. And radioactive waste. And the hellfire obviously comes from the demonic soldiers and what they leave behind. And the radioactive waste comes from it's, you know, from the reactor cores on the robots. After, you know, it's what they leave behind. So both sides are equally mutating this landscape and turning it into something else. So Iker got exposed to hellfire and then became this mutant creature. Sounds like a cool story. Yeah. I mean, I think it's cool. So yeah. Brute, Iker, and Lance are the three main characters in the setting. And you hope I do more with the characters? I hope so too. I've always enjoyed drawing these characters. it's one of those things where, like, I just kind of, sometimes with a setting, I don't really know what I want going into it. I don't really know how the characters are going to look. And I need to really think about it a lot. But with this kind of thing, it's more like, it's one of those things where they just kind of sprang from my head fully formed. Which I love when that happens. And here's a little doodle I made of the characters interacting. Just to give you an idea of, like, their personalities. Yeah, it's a pretty big leech. It is a puppy. Yeah. And you can see Lance emoting with all of their eyes. Because the eyes on the palms see too. It's not just the main one. Very handy for peering around corners and what such. And so yeah, Brute is like a big softy. Lance is kind of more apprehensive and a little more quick to violence and in self-defense. And as you can see, Brute is a whole lot shorter, despite being like twice as wide. Just giving them a little visual distinction there with their silhouettes. There's this character design archetype that I really love, which is it's described perfectly in one of the Discworld books. I think it was the Dean and the Arch-Chancellor of Unseen University. These two wizard characters. It's the way he describes them is when they the Colin Short henchman trope. When they stand next to each other, they look almost exactly like the number 10. I just love that description. And that's gotta be my favorite character trope of all time. So yeah. So that, the setting is called Nell Rank. K-N-E-L-L rank. R-A-N-K. Nell Rank. Like a death knell. Like that kind of thing. I thought it had a nice ring to it. Okay, let's get back to this. Coming up with setting names is one of those things that takes you a long time. Yeah. That's fair. It used to take me a long time, but then, and I guess the name No Rank kind of breaks this rule, but I came up with a naming scheme that works very well for me. You take a scientific Latin name for something that's relevant to the setting. And then you either borrow the name wholesale, like in Siberium. Siberium, incidentally, is the name of a type of fungus, a basket fungus, I believe, which is what the structure that contains the city Siberium is meant to represent. It's sort of like a future massive version of that. So Siberium is obviously it's a no-brainer, and it's a nice kind of sci-fi sounding name. So sometimes I'll take the Latin names and I'll just use them wholesale, usually for names of locations within a setting. But for character names and other things like that, I usually like sort of jumble them around. Like for Ara Dax, that's a play on Phidippus audax, which is a species of jumping spider. And then sometimes I'll take common names for things, like with Val Graham, my other character from that setting. Her name is audibly similar to Vinegaroon, which is the name for the species that she is. The technique you used to do is do a keyboard smash and find fun syllable combos from that. That's good. That's a good method. Although I will advise you to be cautious about not accidentally coming up with words that are maybe offensive in other languages or stuff like that. I usually try to be careful about that. And I feel like if you're just randomly smashing words together, it can happen surprisingly easily. Okay. What was I doing here? Oh yeah. I guess that's... I think I need to actually move the knot. I need to move the knot a little bit. That's kind of off center. Yeah. Yeah. That's better. Why was that message automated? Hold on a sec. Misogyny? How is that? How is slag misogyny? That's just like the stuff that comes off of iron after you cool it. That's weird. Yeah, you misspelled slang and it came out as slag, but slag isn't... Is that a thing? I've never heard that one. Well, anyway, you learn something new every day, I guess. You have a character named Elsa, and apparently that's slang for pants in some parts of South America. Pants as in trousers or pants as in underwear? Because seem to be trousers. Fair enough. Yeah, that's not very bad then. I mean, even if it was underwear, like, it's not very bad. But yeah. Of course, it's never possible to be 100% sure, you know, that you're not doing that. Because, like, languages are so vast and varied. And if, like, a quick Google search for a name isn't always going to turn up all of the possible combinations and results. People IRL have names like fuck. PHUC. Yeah. There are many cases of, like, names in some languages being having a different meaning in others. Many such cases. So, like, it's not imperative that it doesn't sound like anything else from any other language. It's just, you know, if it sounds like a slur, that's probably not great. But even then, I don't know. There's a level where there is a point at which it is no longer productive to care about those things. And I haven't quite narrowed down where that point is yet. But it's somewhere above petty insult and somewhere below slur. Or above slur and below. I'm not sure which way the scale goes, but anyway. You get my point. Ah, I never did the patterns on her wings. Hold on. I always need to look at a reference for this. I have, like, 50,000 references for insects saved on my in the cloud and on my various devices, but somehow I never managed to find the ones I need. Okay, let's look. God damn it, I thought I had one for an insect wing. Like a bee wing. All I can find is like dragonflies. And is this good enough? Well, this is what I'm looking at, by the way. It's a firefly, but it has a similar membranous wing thing going on. Yeah, I guess I could use this. I just need something to jog my memory, because I always forget. I always forget how it goes. But it's kind of like something like you got to think of like the way a bird's feathers are. Kind of. Sort of. No, that's not it. But that's kind of the idea. No. Kind of something like this, but not really. No. Whenever you look at insect wings, you just think of the boot in some dragonfly wings. The boot? God damn it, why are wings so hard? Okay, let's think about this. Let's think about this. There's a distinctive boot shape in the pattern. Okay. I see. So, like, this sort of area? Ah, I remember now. I think. It's a specific group, huh? Okay, fair. So it's sort of like... Yeah. Yeah. But it's more... kind of higher up than that. It's not it either. God damn it. Why do I not have any B-Wing references? Oh, are you trying to post a link? I don't think I have links allowed in chat. Just as a precaution against bots and phishing scams and things like that. It's alright. Like I said, I have a massive database of bug images. I just need to find the right one. New window. Here we go. I have a lot of them in my drive. I just don't have them saved on my device. All right. I must have saved. Just one. Just one good B-Wing reference. Come on. Come on. I draw bees literally all the time. Why would I not have a B-Wing reference? Okay. Not finding it. Not finding it at all, actually. Oh boy. Oh boy. Dragonfly wings, dragonfly wings, dragonflies, dragonflies again. Oh, here's a bee fly.
That'll work.
I don't have that. Why don't I have that on the device? There. Now if I can just find it. There. See. Aha. This is not a bee. This is a bee mimic fly. But the wings are pretty similar on account of the whole mimic thing. So I can probably use this as a good reference for the wing segmentation. Incidentally, I took this picture myself. Why does it always open in this aspect ratio that covers up everything on my screen? That's totally impractical. Anyway. Okay. What? That's totally a bee. Well, I think specifically it's meant to be mimicking a wasp. But it looks more like a bee to the average observer. But yeah, pretty effective camo. I initially thought it was a yellow jacket and was understandably spooked. I don't hate yellow jackets, I just don't like to be stung. Which I don't think anyone likes. Except maybe people who are into that sort of thing. I mean, no shade. Okay. I'm going to match this exactly because it is my picture. And I do not care about copyright infringement. You get a lot of wasps. A lot of wasps around you. Gotta be careful. Careful around the bushes and trees in the spring, yeah. A lot of people don't really realize that wasps are also pollinators. Actually, many things are pollinators, not just bees. There's like how am I still fumbling on the wings? How is that possible? You know what? That's not so bad. Honestly, I probably should have figured this out on the sketch, so I wouldn't have to do this. support. Okay. There we go. There we go. And the other set is hidden by her hair. Probably add a little bit of that. Yeah. Because when fabric is under stress or tension, it wrinkles and folds. Okay. Yeah, that's a good enough wing if you don't look at it too hard. I gotta take care of this weirdly large hangnail. There we go. Okay. I think we are now ready for coloring. Yeah. 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 Okay. Coloring. What is her base color? What should it be? Since I haven't really drawn her in any specific capacity, I think I could probably... Yeah. She doesn't have a predetermined color scheme like the, like Draw does. So it would be... Now would be the time for me to determine what her colors will be. Previously, for her body color, I've gone with this sort of yellow, but I don't know if I like how dark that is. It needs to be it's too close to orange for my liking. She needs to be more on the yellow side. And then, yeah. So like this. No, I don't think that'll be too bright. Okay. Yeah. I'm looking at it as it's showing up on my other computer. Check the way it displays on other monitors. Incidentally, for my art PC, I have to draw on the second monitor because my first monitor is the laptop itself. And it's a really shitty laptop from 2018. And the color grade on it is barfy is the best term I can use to describe it. It looks like garbage. It looks like utter trash. It does not display magenta. It's just completely missing the entire magenta part of the color wheel on my main display. And obviously, as a person whose favorite color is magenta, that's not going to work for me. So I'm using this other monitor, which is even older than the laptop, ironically. But it has a much better color range on it. Much better. Way better at displaying magentas and pinks and purples and things like that. So, yeah. And the colors in general are just more vibrant. So yeah, before I discovered this problem, I was like frustrated. I was super frustrated because I couldn't figure out why all of my colors were coming out so goddamn barfy. Getting a monitor that displays color right is such a hassle, I agree. It's just... it's so weird, because you'd think more people would care about this sort of thing. I guess it's just us artists who have spent hours a day staring at color wheels who can actually tell the difference between these sorts of things. It's like how audiophiles can't use shitty dollar store earbuds. It's that sort of effect. Wonder if there's a name for that. You've given up because it's gonna look different on every device. That's true as well. I gotta keep in mind that it's going to look duller on other devices. So I need to rely at least somewhat on values instead of colors to provide contrast. Which incidentally doesn't really matter that much for my particular art style, because I use a lot of I have a lot of heavy shadows and thick ink, and that always provides enough contrast to get by. A lot of people say you shouldn't shade with black. I always shade with black. I pay the bills around here. I can shade with black all damn day. I get where they're coming from when they say that. Yeah, I have tried shading with other colors actually, and I hated it. I hated it. Because it's just, I have way more experience doing line art shading and dithering like this. Just because I started out doing a lot of... I mean, I'm a comic artist. I've studied comic art, and comic art is like this. It's simplistic. It's, you know, heavy shadows, heavy ink, that sort of thing. And that's the kind of style that I always enjoyed. I never really liked the I don't really like a cell shaded style. I'm not really big on that sort of thing. And I use I do shade with color. I do shade with color to some extent when I'm doing a full render of a piece. But I always add accents to that on the line art layer. Just little bits and bobs here and there, and I think it makes it look better, frankly. It's a better look. You know, subjectively. I think it looks better. But that doesn't mean it's like better for everyone. Art is subjective. It's generally fine to do it if you do it with intention. Yeah. That is correct. Of course, I'm going to add like stripes to the abdomen eventually. I guess I should specify I enjoy shading with black when I'm doing pieces like this. I feel like a lot of people, when they do this sort of style, they default to a cell shaded look, and that's fine. It's just, I don't know. It's just not as interesting to me. I mean, when you're doing like a full render painterly style kind of thing, of course you're gonna need to involve a lot of other colors and shades and things like that for your shading. But when it's just like a simplistic thing like this, I feel like a lot of people just overthink it. And that's why I hate that whole never shade with black advice, because it doesn't apply to every art style. It's more of a heavy comic-like inking style. Yeah, this specifically is not really shading. This is just adding it's line weight. It's variance in line weight. I have a thicker line underneath her chin to make her head pop out a little more. A thicker line underneath the arm for the same reason. And it line weight really helps to delineate between different parts on a figure. But in some other areas, there's like a tiny bit of shading, for instance, here and here. It's sort of a dithering kind of thing. But I don't really add too much of that when I'm doing a reference. I've said all of this before, haven't I? But when I'm trying to make like a dramatic piece or something like that, obviously I'm going to go with this sort of dithering style as opposed to a cell shaded style. I'm rambling. I am rambling. Okay, new raster layer or a different color. I'm gonna pull a color from Jirah's ref. And sort of use that as the pants. Trying to keep our color scheme simple here. And matching colors to the other character is a good way to make the color scheme feel cohesive. I wonder if... I don't hate that. I don't hate that. Breaks up the bright color of the face. And matches the pants, which is good. Color matching is always important in the character design. Let's see. Yeah, that's alright. Okay, what color should her top be? What color did I make it on the... I made it red on the model. Sort of an orangish red kind of color. I think I'm gonna go with... kind of a peach color. Let's see if that works. Needs to be brighter. Too desaturated. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's cute. Hey. Oh, I didn't intend this, but it's kind of a... The color scheme is kind of reminiscent of of Samus from Metroid. So that's cool. And then... Oh, I forgot. This is supposed to be the top half of the pants. Because the pants are actually a jumpsuit. So it's all the same color. I always color by hand instead of using the fill tool. Because that's the way I learned to do it. I did traditional art for a long time. Before I moved on to digital. You know, I don't know if I'm not sure if I like the goggles being that color too. Well, we'll figure that out. You did traditional for a long time, but digital works much better. Yeah, I switched to digital mainly because digitizing my traditional pieces was a huge pain in the ass, to put it mildly. I had to scan them in. I realize now that you don't technically need a scanner to make that kind of thing happen. But I didn't really... I wasn't really... See, the thing is, I I have always kept my bedroom extremely dim, even during like daylight hours. I just prefer dim light. I like to be all cuddly cozy like a creature in their cave. So it was always difficult for me to find the proper lighting conditions to achieve that sort of thing. Let's actually create a layer under the pants to do the boots and the wings. Okay, boots. What should the boot color be? I can once again pull from Jirah's ref for the boots. This is the main color for Jirah's chassis. Black boots with blue-purple shine. That's a good idea, but it might be difficult to replicate. You also prefer low light. Your father used to call you Daddy. Now your eyes suck ass and you must have decent lighting. Yeah, I feel that. Black boots are... See, the thing with black boots is... it's difficult to, it's difficult to shade black. I gotta do this whole negative space effect thing, and it's just kind of a pain in the ass, and I try to avoid it when I can. It looks really cool when I can pull off the effect, but I avoid it because I'm drawing these characters like hundreds of times over, and I don't want to include details that really piss me off. Which I feel like is a common strategy amongst comic artists. They have to make their characters easy to draw, because they're going to draw them hundreds of times, like every 5 panels, every 5 pages, and it's just, you know, it gets easier after a while, but it doesn't get less frustrating. Maybe it gets a little less frustrating. There's still that level of, like, resentment. Yeah. What's next? What to do next? Oh yeah. New layer. Highlight layer. I forget what I ended up settling on for the... Hold on a sec. Whenever you try drawing a comic, you figure it out really fast that your characters are very detailed. Yeah, that's the issue. There's the issue. See, the thing is, if you make a character too detailed, and you have to draw them thousands of times over, that's going to be an issue. That's going to be a problem. I gotta pull up. I got to pull up. What? What am I saying? What am I saying? I've got to add, where's that button? Button, who's got the button? I hate it when Clip Studio freaking hides functions from me just because I scaled the UI. Like, why is that a thing? And usually I can like right click and access those functions anyway, but sometimes I just can't, and it's a massive pain in the ass. Where the hell is that folder? There it is. There we go. I just need the color pick. Okay. Yes, it is annoying. Almost forgot to switch back to the art view. Okay. We are slingshotting between 5,000 kilobytes per second and 0 kilobytes per second. Oh my god. And we're back. Okay. Yeah, that happens periodically. And I hate it. Oh, yeah. I like that contrast. There we go. Maybe this would have been easier to do on the lower layer. But such is the way of things. Man, I love using aggressively bright colors. Really just a big middle finger to all those years that I had to wear gray t-shirts. So that was the only thing in my size. big same. Yeah. It's as though people assume that big people just don't wear colorful clothing? Like, what the hell? You tend to wear neutral color clothing and go bright crazy with accessories. See, that's another strategy. I do like a good assortment. No, that's not the right color. What am I doing? I've lost my damn mind. Where is it? It's this color. Incidentally, I used teal for the... I never hid the sketch layer. What am I doing? I'm doing everything out of order. Yeah. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I use this sort of bright desaturated teal color for the eyes on all of my bug characters, because teal incidentally contrasts very nicely both against it contrasts against both warm and cool colors. So it's a good way to provide contrast without giving the characters just, you know, regular white eyes. I give them eyes that aren't white because, mainly, I'm not trying to make them look human. I want them to look more animalistic, more creature-ish. And a little alien. And I feel like that's a good way to accomplish that thing. And teal is a nice color to do it with, because it's not really associated with anything like negative, you know? Like if I were to use pink for an eye color, that's too close to red. And that, you know, red eyes are typically associated with, you know, evil and malicious intent and that sort of thing. So I avoid that unless that's the effect that I'm trying to specifically go for, like with Jirah. Yeah. Now, I'm gonna maybe... Yeah, I think I'm gonna give her another shade to her main body color. Because I feel like all of that unbroken yellow is just not working. Okay, what should it be? That's her main color. Let's shift it in the orange direction and see how that goes. I want to maybe add some like color for like, yeah, kind of like a, oh. What's it called? Oh, what's it called? When, you do a color for the visible joint bits as well as a secondary outer color. Yes, I have done that in the past. That's a good way of doing it, but I'm not sure if that's really the effect I'm going for with this particular character. I don't always need to draw attention to the joints, especially if the character is meant to look unassuming or that sort of thing. I'm gonna give her some, like, striping on her arms here. No, that's too much. That's pretty good. I'm not sure if I like maybe some freckles. Okay, I like the freckles. Freckles are cute. Let's maybe give her some on the nose too. Okay, that is pretty cute. That is pretty cute. Let's make it a little bit. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I'm liking the freckle thing. Now let's add those stripes. Let's do it on the inside of the... Let's just make that color. Do it on the inside of the lines. Honeybees don't really have the same sort of stripes that other bees have. A lot of people tend to assume that they have stripes because bees are just typically seen as having stripes, but that's not generally the case. It's more like there's like coloration and stuff like that, but it's more just you know what, I'm gonna make the stinger this color. Yeah, maybe, yeah, I feel like that's fine. Okay, that provides a nice little color variety. Nope. Wrong color.
Good job, agents. You've distinguished yourselves yet again. The carrier has been dispatched to the drop point. Looks like the cold ones are on me tonight.
There we go. That's pretty good. Yeah. Okay. Now back to the layer for the wings. I think I'm gonna maybe go with the same color I used on the same color I used for her eyes. Just to simplify the palette a little. Don't have to be quite as careful. Since it's a lower layer. Okay. Hmm. 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 You think maybe she's missing something? I feel like maybe she's missing something. Maybe some detailing. Yeah. Let's do some detailing. Let's add some a little bit of wear on the jumpsuit. Just like, nope, wrong layer. Do do do. Do do. Slightly different color where the goggles show through to the hair. That's not a bad idea. How about this? How about this? Sort of like, no, it needs to be brighter. Yeah, there we go. looks like you can see the rest of her eye. That could be useful. That could be... Maybe. Yeah, okay. Okay, fair enough. Let's actually add a little wear to the goggles themselves. Some, little scrapes and bruises and things. A little wear and tear. As a wasteland survivor, she's of course taken a couple beatings in her life, just from environmental stuff as much as, you know, actual violence. I'm gonna try to give it a sort of distressed denim look. With like this sort of thing. Just go crazy. Just go crazy with the chicken scratches and stuff. Just wear and tear from like years of crawling over rocks and things. Adding a little wear to the sleeves as well. There's naturally going to be a little bit of stuff down here too. Yeah. Okay. Let's add some scuff to the boots too. Just go a little bit brighter. There we go. Let's zoom out. Zoom out and take a real look. Yeah, I like that. Adds a little bit of weathering. Okay. Okay. This is good. What else? What else? What else? Ooh, maybe I'll add a graphic to the t-shirt. That'd be nice. Ooh, what should it be? What should it be? Maybe like a... Yeah. We'll go a little bit more pink. More to the pink side of things. Less saturation. Is that good? No. More saturation. No. Now you can't see it. Let's try to meet in the middle. There we go. There we go. So I'm thinking like a heart. Like a heart, but it's also I have to zoom in for this. It's also like a gear. It's not really very gearish, is it? You get the idea, though. I'll fix it in a second. Obviously, it would be totally impractical as an actual gear. Hey, you know this cool trick I discovered? You know this cool trick I discovered? You can select transparent as a color in Clip Studio Paint. Which is not something that you would immediately consider useful, but it comes in handy a lot. like for making sharp silhouettes. Because then you don't have to use the eraser and then deal with the settings on the eraser. You just can use transparent with the same sort of line width and variance, and it works fine. I don't know if I like how this is turning out. Maybe more obvious if I add a hole in the middle? Nah. Okay. Okay, let's think of something else. You do that in SAI a lot, or SAI. They allow you to invert your brush to a transparent version. Heart made out of smaller gear shapes. That's an idea. But I don't know if that would come across visually from a distance. You know, as a lore thing, it might be interesting to give her this is the logo of Mycohex Corporation, which is a your typical totalitarian cyberpunk mega corporation in the setting that she's from, which is ironic that she's wearing it because she's very anti-authority, but I imagine it would be due to the fact that it's the clothing that was given to her, and it's the only one that she has to wear. It's not a terrible idea, but I don't know if I don't know. It's maybe interesting from a lore standpoint, but I don't know. I don't know. you think this shirt is fine with or without a design? Yeah, I suppose it is. But I think... Yeah, you know what? I think I like the design. I mean, I'm not gonna draw it every time I draw her, probably. It's not a necessity, but it is something. And I think it looks fine. And I honestly kind of like the idea of, like, her being provided with company clothing and then sort of altering it to her face, like maybe it wasn't originally a crop. Yeah, I think that's okay. Yeah. What should I do for a background? What should I do for a background? When in doubt, gradient. Is making you want to draw your bug-like critters again? Hehe. I am happy to be an enabler. Right, backgrounds. Background time. What should the color be? What should the color be? What should the color be? What should I make the color? Let's look. Let's look at the colors that are available. Well, I guess I could use this color that I used on Draws Ref. And then add a nice gradient to it. Yep. It's not too big a stretch to make if two refs have the same background, considering that they are very closely interwoven characters. That's pretty good. But maybe have it in reverse as a nice parallel. Oh, but then you remember your bug characters have tin limbs. Yeah, that's gonna put a wrench in things. Yeah, multiple limbs are a pain in the ass. I'll say it. They're a pain in the ass. But I just can't. For some reason, it doesn't look right. It doesn't look right if I draw bug characters with only 2 arms. It just never looks right. And I guess you could give them like little stubs, like proto limbs. But at that point, I don't know. It just feels like they get in the way. Like, why even have them at that point? Incidentally, that is exactly what I did for Jirah. But, she's a giant robot in space and is not necessarily meant to be an anthropomorphic anything. She's just centipede inspired, not necessarily containing centipede DNA. You definitely think bug characters need 6 limbs and spiders need 8 limbs and etc. But it does deter you from drawing them. Yeah, that's the thing. It's always... Yeah. It's all fun and games until someone has to draw 4 arms. Yeah. What was I doing? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. You know what? Let's duplicate this. Because I want to... change some of the settings. Make the line a little thicker. So I can make shapes. No. That's too thick, I think. That's a little better. Okay, polyline. Let's draw some hexagons. Wait, what am I doing? I have a solution to this. Do. Okay. There we go. I made a whole bunch of hexagon elements to use as part of my backgrounds and such. Why is this not? Oh, right. Yes, apply. That's it. Wait, no. I can is what I was talking about with the thingy-what's-it. Thingy-what's-it. With the part where it hides certain subtools and what such. When I change the layout of the UI, it hides the layer color subtool. Actually, let's change that to, yeah. I don't know. It doesn't seem to fully fade. Let's go back. Now, would I rather have something like this? It fades out in the middle and then comes back. That's kind of interesting visually. Or would I want this, or it fades out completely? I think I'm better with, yeah, I think I like fades out completely a little more. Yeah, I think I like that a little better. Okay. Yeah. A little bit of a background, yeah. I need to clean up that coloring there. Hold on, what layer is that? This one. There we go. There we go. Okay. Now a little drop shadow. Change the scaling back a little bit. There we go. I wish I could remove some of these other tools in the layer bar, because I don't use any of them except for the layer color tool. But I just can't figure out a way for me to remove them. And if I remove them, maybe that means the layer color won't be hidden, and it'll be easier for me to apply color filters. What was I doing? Right, drop shadow. Where is it? Halftone soft. Black. Oh. There we go. Just a little suggestion of a shadow can help things to look a lot more realistic. Not bad. Not bad. Okay. I think I was kind of subconsciously giving her kind of a My Little Pony head. That sort of head shape. It's in my blood. All right. You know what? We're getting pretty close to 4 here. Looks like a stylized bead to you. Yeah, I guess so. We're getting pretty close to 4 here. So, you know, I'm gonna end things here. I think that was pretty cool. That was pretty good. Pretty good stream. I just realized I haven't even been listening to the music this entire time. I forgot to put my headphones back on. What is playing right now? Let's see. Okay. I guess that's about what I was expecting. Oh, okay. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway. Time to end stream. Let's... Oh, I guess there's not really any point in bringing up the schedule. This is the end of the week for me. I don't stream on the weekends. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for tuning in. Let's see who's live so I can raid. Let's see. Looks like Grim's live. So we're gonna raid Grim. I'm not gonna bother with the raid message. I'm just gonna raid. So... Thanks everyone for hanging out. See you on Monday for more Ultra Kill. Bye-bye.